everybody. How is everyone's week going so far? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, I put the light a little bit orangey to try and be like Marsy. Now my hair looks super gray. It looks interesting.
I'm in space.
Kid's in space. Oh my gosh, Kid just gets lost in space every stream, man. I hope you're safe out there, Kid. All right. Maybe a little bit of struggle busing, but not too bad. That's good to hear. I hope it gets better. I'm doing pretty good. I actually, one of the books I had on hold on at my library just came in today, so I was super excited about that, and I started reading that today. Me, if I'm in space. Thank you for the redeem pass. Okay, so I think where we left off, we're at the snow place, snowy area. Oh, we can kind of see outside actually.
Jessley77 just redeemed. Hi, I'm new here.
Hi, welcome in, Mom. How are you? Do you have work today? Are you off today? Okay, so we're trying to find some clues. This is where we're at with our collectathon we got going on. Okay. I'm excited. Working so lurking. Sounds good. I hope work isn't too bad today. I love the rendering outside the windows. It looks so cool. Welcome in, Botharian. How are you? It is probably freezing. I hope our suit is like thermally insulated a little bit. Woke up a few hours ago. Oh, how'd you sleep? I'm doing good, personally. And also, I turned on, there was a setting that I didn't see last stream. I'll show you guys. It says high-end hair rendering per strand. It's a little small, so you might not be able to see it. But I turned it on, so maybe the hair will look better for this stream, I'm hoping. Because the hair was struggling. The hair was struggling last stream. Slept from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Pleasure of night shifts. Oh gosh, that's so awful. I've never worked a night shift, but a lot of my mom is a nurse, has done night shifts.
Was declining drastically.
My sister is a nurse, has done night shifts too.
I think that's where we're headed.
Very struggle bus for sure. Okay, that's where we're headed, where the orange is. Ooh, what's this? Alright. Odom distribution, cargo mate. Warning, insufficient supplies for next outgoing shipment. Consult Odom supervisor immediately. Right, they're being worked like dogs. Not a lot of care is being put into the workers on Mars. Don't think I can go through here. Okay. So, Huddle doesn't seem like that's very safe. But we can't mess with anything, so probably this way. Okay. This place is blocked up. Oh! Silence is death. That's cool. Silence is death, huh? Ad starts soon, guys.
I think this is hydroponic farming gear.
That would make sense. Want to make sure you have some food? Okay, if this is the way we're supposed to be going, I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, that escalated a little quickly. Silence is death. If we don't speak up, we're not... Oh, there we go. Okay. Text. What it was, the 19th of August, 2064. They're really not even trying to hide it anymore. Just had 3 people get in the cart openly talking about the market right in front of my face. No respect. You're the one with the badge. Stop them. You want my advice or not? They're being selfish. Trading that stuff, it's really so spineless and no respect to the other people. If you don't report it, they could throw you in medical. Throw you in medical instead of throw you in jail? You're right. Jesus, the whole ground just shook. Something happened at the main complex. I got to go. Victoria to Luis.
Should write this down for later.
A guard of the facility discusses people taking the cable car to the market in Odom until he hears a loud boom. Things are getting spicy.
Seems like they were growing food here too, by the looks of it.
What does that say? Where's my flashlight?
Says here these crops
Car?
were all affected by unexpected
Biohazard.
mutations.
Mutations, right. Because we don't know how life on other planets are going to work.
Oh man, this looks eerie.
What is that? Just
Are those markings of electrical damage on the locker? I don't like the looks of this.
Huh. Batteries? I don't know. They look like wrapped metal bars or something. Okay. Let's look around the hydroponics area. Alfalfa dense cow block. Okay. Calorie dense foods. Oh, there's a lot of those.
So this
still.
is what they were growing here.
What does that say?
This entire crate was meant to serve 50 people for an entire week.
How?
That's way too little.
Yeah.
I get why people hoarded the stuff to barter with. So this is where they manufactured the antidepressants themselves.
Dang.
Mass distributed, right along with the food.
Huh. Trying to keep people complacent from revolting. Ooh, this is starting to get really scary. Putting antidepressants in people's food. Okay. Ayla, I love you, but please get out of my face. Girl, just stick behind me.
So I think this facility was their one-stop shop for water, food, and self-made medical supplies. Most signs indicate they were having a pretty rough time of the last few years. Almost akin to a famine.
These people were starving.
Mm-hmm.
But for what? MacArthur's pipe dream?
Well, we don't know what caused the famine yet, or if he was to blame, right?
I
Captain,
guess.
be careful, alright?
Alright.
Will do. I'll keep sending sit reps.
Well, these aren't. Oh. Earth is our home. That is a good point. We were definitely built to live on Earth, not Mars. Oh, hologram. Oh. Up here? There we go.
It was like just falling apart in my
Great performance, but I still want that hummus on flatbread. You should have seen that woman who sold it, Isaac. Absolutely the most gorgeous woman in Chile.
Really?
Oh, so that's my
Convention
dad.
once, you know, before the whole thing. And, what was it called? Oh, yeah, it was Beat and Bows, or something like Beat to Bows. Oh, such a silly name, so tasty.
I bet.
Are they on something?
You know it's crazy what we're doing here, right?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. People are starving because of these mutations. Instead, we make antidepressants so people don't think about it.
Yikes.
I know.
We can't even feed the people, Isaac.
You know, it's, science. It's an alien thing, really, sometimes.
This planet is alien to us. All the time.
MacArthur knows that you're organizing those meetings for Homewood. You should be more careful.
Someone needs to listen to the people. Give them a voice.
Well, what about the people who do want to be in this place?
Like you? Don't you want to go back to Earth? Back to your daughters?
Of course I want to see this. It's just no hope. I mean, we're not even welcome back on Earth, you know. Saving that planet is a lost cause. You know that.
Earth is not a lost cause. We can use the arcs to save it.
That's
Exactly.
not the planet that I was referring to. You know, never mind.
Oh, like,
You think Kathy's okay?
What? Of course she is. She's with Claire, right?
Just, I don't even know what she looks like. You know, I don't know what she's into. She was so young when I left.
Calm down. Everything's all right. She's
I
probably...
really wanted her to be an outlet. I really did. She couldn't, and then I left her. You know? I just left her that. I mean, I left her. I'm a bad father. I'm a bad father.
You're not
I know, I'm a
a
bad
bad
father. I'm a
father.
terrible person. I just left
You're not a bad father, Isaac. You're not.
not just one, you loved both of your daughters.
It's okay.
Why do you not care about both of them?
Who would leave their daughter?
It's plural. Plural.
Sorry, I'll be right.
Will it be alright? Still don't know where everyone is.
Okay, let's press on and find them.
Dad
I'm
and
fine,
Rosa.
Ayla. Let's go.
Dad and Rosa were having a good laugh about food back on Earth until my dad went to a dark place in his mind, calling himself a bad father over and over. Yeah. I mean, kind of right, not gonna lie. Not the best parent to leave your children stranded on another planet, but you know, maybe that's just, you know. Honestly, I don't have an excuse for him. That was a shitty thing to do. Alright, we're jumping this way. Alright, good thing we're floaty. Whoa, that kind of startled me. That's a nice suit. I don't think we can. Oh, we can. Ah. Okay. February 9th, 2064. Is HW still on later? We had to push it to tomorrow, but yeah. 18:30 at Med Nursery. Rosa gonna be there? Yep. That's why we postponed. She was tied up. Hey, just to be sure, you know it's secret, right? Of course I know. That's a kind of creepy smiley face. See you then. Where you at? We're starting. Paul, you there? Oh. Paul disappeared.
Better write that down.
Two friends talking about where and when the meeting takes place and if Rosa will be present too. These plants look good. They're still alive. Okay. Little box of dirt. Love it. Oh.
Gotta make a note of this.
Okay. This seems to be the place where they grew organic components for their self-made medication. This label reads psilocybe similacadia? Anyway. Some fungus. I gave up on that one. It's okay. I was close enough. Okay. Earth is our home. Silence is death. We've seen this. Yes. Understood. Ooh. This looks cool. What is this for? Nothing. Ooh. Oh, that's... How did that break? Oh, a bunch of those are broken. It really blows my mind that all of these facilities were built in, what, 13 years?
Gotta make a note of this.
If not quicker than that? Because we don't know, like, how long people have not been here. This coil seems to have been purposely destroyed with great force. Who would do this to their own food and water supply? I'm guessing people trying to go back home. Let's go home. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happened. So back up. This way.
William, you're hurting me.
And you are hurting all of us. We might not recover from this. I thought many things of you, Rosa, but
I did not do this.
whether you planted the bomb is irrelevant. Your words lit the fuse. People will die because of Homewood.
Are you serious? People are already dying because of Outward.
Do you understand what this attack does to our production pipeline? We'll have to shut down several greenhouses. Food production will drop, even more than it already has.
I abhor what happened here. It hurts us all. But I don't blame them either. They've screamed and shouted, but you've not listened.
That's
I
true.
know you control Homewood, more than you're willing to admit. Call them off, and we might have a chance to make it out of this as a whole.
No.
No?
You imprisoned us and forced us to leave our families, our homes. If this is what's necessary to shake everyone awake, so be it. If you'll excuse me, I'm needed in medical.
So it seemed like there was a really big
Sarah,
push
that
to go
Homewood group
home.
set off a
Yeah.
bomb here. They destroyed the heating coils used to melt the ice. They attacked their own water supply.
Rosa's people.
I don't think she was involved, but yeah. They used this water to grow food, drink, bathe, everything. Just reckless.
People at the end of their rope do desperate things to get what they want.
I guess.
Another mutiny, yeah.
Kathy.
They're sparking up left and right.
I'm sorry. About Claire. About how I've been since we got here. I'm gonna miss her so much.
Me too.
Yeah, it definitely...
I feel like I'm taking it out on... You needed support. And I've not been there.
you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
It definitely stings.
Bring these arcs back.
Can I talk?
Claire.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're done. And still no one is listening to Rosa, yeah. And what stings even more about Claire's death is the fact that I just watched a hologram of my dad not even mentioning Claire, just talking about me, talking about Kathy. like dang, you had 2 daughters and you seem to put so much care into just one of them, even going so far to try and kidnap her to another planet without even caring about your oldest. Like, that is so fucked up. Jeez. And then, you know, mutinies left and right to try and just get everyone to come back home. With this technology, man, you could literally save Earth at this point, and they just are choosing not to. Well, William's choosing not to. Okay, after some of the Homewardians destroyed the heating coils, MacArthur demands Rosa to put a stop to her movement, but Rosa refuses. He definitely had a favorite. Yeah, that is so... Ugh, that's so icky. Okay, this is the plant we're in. Through labor, we grow. Right. Systems. Okay. I don't think anything else is gonna open. I thought that was a little panda sticker. That's a box. I don't see anything in there. Alright, let's keep going. Ooh, no! Uh-oh. This doesn't look very good. Hey Kelly, welcome in! How you doing today? Oh, we're swimming. Is my laser gonna work underwater? What? Oh wait, did we already use it underwater? Or am I misremembering? Okay. So... almost done with work, and I'm about to do more errands. Alright. Glad you're done with work. I hope your errands go well. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I think this is going to open this shade right here. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Okay. There's also this right here. Of course! I really appreciate the lurk. I need a splitter, don't I? That's too much power. Okay. What else do we have in here? Alright, there we go. Splitter. I don't know what would be more beneficial, but I'm gonna set this here. And let me interact. Okay, place it. Okay, there we go. Now we want to beam split to those two. These two. Right, okay. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay. With it. There. Alright. So now we're gonna do, where is it? Ayla, I can't see. Let's move this here. So now let's but I don't have a direct line of sight over there, do I? To this one. Where can we aim this? Okay, we can't see it at all. We could hit that. Maybe? Actually? No, that doesn't work. Oh wait. Do I need to be opening this shutter? Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. So I think that one on the inside controls that shutter right there. So yeah. Alright, I got it. So I think we just gotta connect this to the splitter. And then connect this here. I don't know why that took me so long. There we go.
Okay, Ayla. Let's go.
I have a feeling we're going to be swimming here soon. If we don't get electrocuted. Oh gosh, we really are swimming. Okay. Cut an emergency. Alright, do we got anything over here? Yeah. Alright. January 3rd, 2065. Baz to Sander. Happy Earthian New Year! I just wanted to send you a message again, but it took some time to come up with the right words to send you. I know I have been avoiding you in the living quarters a bit, and I'm sorry, but I had to get my mind straight on all of this. I don't want to lose you, especially here and now where we need each other the most. I really wanted to keep doing my best, but I feel like I've lost already. I've lost you to a force that I can't stop from happening, and it hurts me to see you like this. I can see flames in your eyes, and it's bleeding over into your heart. I don't know what to do. I see my brother's shell when I look at you, but not his spirit. I wish we wouldn't be so divided on a matter that is so important, yet is something so apart from our personal bond. We can't talk about this thing that's in between us as we drift further and further apart by it. I wish it was different. I wish we lived in a place in a different time in a different place and a different time together. One where we didn't have to face this, one where we didn't feel hate towards each other. I hope that whatever happens, we make it through together, but I am very uncertain if we actually will. I love you. Dang, he typed all of these the same minute? These are all 2025. 2025, 2025, 2025. Dude is a speed typer. That, or he had this all written out in a notes app and he like copy pasted. Yeah, that's a we're on the same wavelength, Sailor.
Better write that down.
A colonist letter to his brother who is getting more entrenched in the conflict, it seems. Okay. Alright, time to cut. Oh, I'm drifting. I'm glad I have unlimited power on this laser. It would suck to be right in the middle of that and my power source dies. Whoa! Okay. We're going. Ow! I don't think I can swim this way, can I? Oh, I just have to probably wait for the fan. Okay. Alright. I know what to do. Alright, let's go over here. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Am I supposed to be cutting something? Oh. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait again. Go, go, go. Sweet. Alright. Huh. Alright. Oh, I'm crashing. Boop, boop. Nothing. Structures. Elevator. Probably not working. Where's my flashlight? There we go. It's weird that flashlight is R. It's normally F, but F is like, what does F do? Probably interact with something. This way. Okay. Beep boop up. Beep beep. Oh, missed. Hey! Oh, there we go. We made that one. We gotta just put more oomph. If I like feel like I'm jumping higher, I probably am, right? The noise is essential.
Are you
Oh.
getting close to that signature?
Oh my god.
Kat? Do you copy?
Did you see something?
Kat?
What did you see?
Do you still read me? Kat? Kathy?
Did I miss something? Probably. Life? Is there life over there, Kathy? I feel like it was probably like a person in the window situation. Gorgeous. Marvin! Oh my gosh, that's it! We're about to discover Marvin the Martian. You're so right. Why is this here? Whoa. What a view, dude. It's incredible what this game was able to accomplish, being such a small team. It is awesome. Beautiful. Okay. I don't think there's anything. I'm trying to not miss stuff on the ground. I know, right? I like did not have this high of expectations going into it, and I'm glad because I feel kind of blown away. that's far down. Hi Maggie, welcome in. How are you today? Button? Nope. Okay. I mean, these plants look fine to me. I wonder what the mutations were that made these plants inedible. Been a lazy day. I felt that. Okay. Nothing to interact with there. Ooh, cutscene. Whoa. I think those are the mutations that made all the plants go crazy. Okay. Huh. Flower. Here does look shiny. Yeah, it does look better. I should have turned that on last stream, but all right. Let's see what happened here, Ayla. Oh, we got a double.
I just spoke to Remco. He says the yield is unsalvageable.
How did we not catch this new mutation? How long until the ration plan is back on track?
I think we need to completely reevaluate our projections. With the heating coils out and no alloy from Herschel, we're already purifying water 35% slower than before, and...
Uh-oh. He's losing it.
Rosa is fighting her own feelings of guilt and shame. That's why she started Homewood. She thinks it'll redeem all the tough choices she had to make on the moon. Mighty, brave Rosa operates out of fear and ego, just like the rest of us.
I don't feel like that's
Do
fair.
you remember the Antarctic catastrophe? I was there. I'm the only survivor left. Our second attempt at a self-sustained biosphere, and we destroyed it in less than 3 years. Because of pointless arguments, petty squabbling. Intelligent, sane people devolved into stupid, irrational cavemen. Tell me this, Isaac. Why does emotion always triumph over pragmatism?
Because we're humans.
Why were our last years on Earth accompanied by endless wars over resources?
Because we're humans.
Why can't humanity ever work in unison? Because we are and always will be too selfish to do what needs to be done. Soon, Earth will be just as uninhabitable as Mars. Because of us. Not the rabbits or the bees, nor the cancer cells that spread through my wife like wildfire. We did that. I will not let it happen here. We will persevere and we will succeed. Outward was working. Outward is working. The chaos she breeds will end it all. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
Then explain to me, Isaac, why you helped her with her psych ward and why you spend time socializing with her. It is time you choose, Isaac, which side you are actually on.
There's no
It's not
sides
about
here.
sides. Rose and I are good friends.
You don't get to sit on the fence about this.
There's no fence,
Outward
dude.
or Earth, Isaac.
I'm here for Outward, William. You know that. I don't give a damn about Earth.
Not giving a damn about Earth.
Today. Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god!
What is that? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Face. Face the chips. Hell yeah. How are you? How was your stream? You're also playing Deliver Us Mars? Oh, how far did you get? Hello, welcome in, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are, I think we're probably over 50% done. I'm not sure how far you got in it, but yeah. Just got to the water purifying facility. Still trying to find my dad. Just had an interesting cutscene, actually. I don't know. I really feel like we could. I don't want to watch too much. Perfectly okay. Don't spoil yourself if you're not this far. Yes, I really appreciate the raid and welcome in. Thank you so much. Good night. Have a good night, Face. Okay, so from my perspective, I feel like, you know, I feel like he's being too optimistic. William is being too optimistic with the outcomes that he was expecting for Outward. Like, humans aren't perfect little creatures. We can't just be shipped anywhere in the universe and adapt and survive and overcome. It takes a lot of perseverance and work. And humans are, like, naturally kind of like, we have our survival instincts, right? So if it's basically impossible for us to survive, we're going to be very stressed. Like, we can't breathe the air that is naturally on Mars, right? We have to always have suits on. There's no food for us to eat naturally. It's a very stressful environment to try and keep surviving in. And the fact that he didn't take any precautions to, like, see that, yeah, this is really stressful and people aren't going to be happy go lucky all the time on Mars. Like, it's not how humans work. We're going to be scared and it's going to take a lot of work. I'm sure we could do it, but there just has to be like a certain amount of help, like mental help, and make sure we actually know what we're doing with food and water. Like, they literally just got here and built everything from scratch. Like, that wasn't going to be the most stressful thing you could do in this situation. It's crazy. Oh, okay. I didn't know where I was supposed to go. I think I'm supposed to climb up here. So, like, yeah, the fact that he, in that conversation, mentioned something going wrong with a habitat on the moon. Like, if things were still going wrong on the moon, which is very much closer space relative to Earth than Mars is, and things were still going wrong, how did he expect everyone to just be fine with going to Mars with no issues? Yeah, history is just repeating itself. Exactly. Okay, the colony is facing a lot of difficulties to stay afloat. MacArthur pressured my dad to pledge his allegiance to the cause, and he complied. I feel like, honestly, my dad probably was a little scared. Not gonna lie. About his outburst. Yeah, there's some hope to be had with trying to do it differently, but with the factors, I agree with you. It just wasn't a good jumping off point to come to Mars and try to make everything work. Uh-oh. I just scanned this and I can't find it. These are text messages. Greenhouse weeds? Oh, there we go. All that's left are unruly weeds, and a lot of it, untamed and unkempt for quite a while. This place has nothing left of value for colonists, apparently. Yeah, there was just not enough. After 3 mutinies, I would also be scared. Yeah, I would be like, I guess I'm in it. He is not backing down. He's throwing shit around right in front of me. I think we'll just stay right here. Should have went to Europe. Yeah. At this point, let's just go all the way out there. Alright. Was there a doorway over here? I didn't see a doorway up there. I'm gonna climb up one more time. Oh gosh. Yeah. Crazy situation. Like how they were... Excuse me? Oh, I'm not. My shift was untoggled. How they were able to get away with just going to Mars is honestly kind of insane. Like how many people are just not on Earth to regulate anything anymore that they were just able to pull that off. Okay. Got a lot of plants. I don't know, this cabbage looks pretty cool. I feel like I'd try it. No, I definitely don't see... Okay. Just wanted to do one more double check. Wasn't Earth already thought to be uninhabitable? I guess. Yeah, things were starting to go wrong with Earth's climate, but Huh?
I remember when he said that before.
But with the technology they have on the Arks, they honestly could have fixed everything.
Everything okay? Hey? You okay? You sure? You feel a bit cold. Are you sure you're okay? Do you want a blanket or something? Hey, I'm with you. I'm trying. Okay? You okay? Sure. Okay, don't worry. I'll do it. Just... Please, tell me what the hell you were thinking. You do not take a child to that sunken death trap in the bay. The WSA can teach her all that training.
I wanted to teach them myself. I know I don't trust them.
Why don't trust you? Because my opinion counts for nothing anymore. I've lost custody, so I've lost the say in the matter. Whereas you simply appear back on Earth to take her, and that's that.
I am her father.
Oh, I know. State made damn sure I acknowledge that fact. Even though her father thinks it's perfectly okay for a little girl to go and live on the moon.
Can we go back home? Please?
Yes, we're leaving soon. What? I'm sorry you don't understand, but this is what's going to happen.
You are being a selfish and terrible father, acting out of your own fear and pain.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You both know full well you are choosing to be on the moon for some inconceivable reason, instead of focusing your talent and effort here on Earth.
I don't give a damn about the Earth. All I care about is her.
Yikes.
And what about me, Dad?
Oh, Claire. Oh, Claire. You know I love you, right? Claire, please.
Hey. It is. Say goodbye, Kathy. I'll see you again someday. I promise.
Claire. Please, Claire.
Oh my god. What about me, Dad? That was heart-wrenching. Oh my god.
Sarah for Kathy, do you read me?
I'm here.
Jesus, Kat. You scared us. What happened?
It must have been interference. I didn't get your calls. I found the signature.
Wait, you went in without us?
There's no one here. Just overgrown weeds and half-dead plants.
So what did we pick up then?
We saw oxygen consumption occurring when the sun was setting, right? Vegetation actually uses up oxygen at night instead of producing it, so I guess that's what that was.
Damn it. Kat, head back here and try to figure out what to do.
So, no luck finding my dad. Where else can we even look? Oh! We're okay. We're okay.
This place really wants me dead.
It's Mars, girly. I don't think it's gonna want you alive. It's definitely not gonna help you. Where's Ayla? Ayla!
Ayla, I'm okay. Don't worry. I think I fell into their drilling network, so there must be a way out of here. Meet me at the river.
As long as it's not collapsed. Wow. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna make me trek all the way back through the building. I was like, where else are we gonna go? I don't think the game is going to make us... Whoa! This is cool. Okay. Man, if we live to tell this tale, this is going to be great. So, Kathy, what'd you do in your, like, late teen years? Oh, you know, just scuba dived on Mars.
This water is freezing.
Yeah. We're also running out of oxygen. Great. Lovely. Love that.
Kathy, why did you want to go on this mission so badly?
What?
Saving Earth never seemed like a priority. What changed?
I'm a little busy, Sarah.
What changed? Just answer.
Sarah, I need your help here at Living Quarters. ASAP. I found some Outboardians.
You sure? Did they see you?
I wouldn't worry about that.
On my way. Kathy, get back here as fast as you can.
Roger that.
Also, why is everyone so worried about me wanting to find my dad? So what if I want to find my dad? I'm a teen girl whose dad ran off to Mars. You don't think I would want to go find him? Ooh. Why are they acting like it? Why would you want to find him? Oh yeah, that was for sure a lie. He was like, let's not breach this subject right now. Sarah, this is a later conversation. Like, yeah, my dad was kind of an awful person, but... I would be... This is insane that I'm actually doing this right now. Okay, I'm gonna go up a little bit more. So I have a little bit of leeway. And then... Oh! You're kidding. Okay. At least we have this right here. Alright, I'm gonna go up a little bit higher. There we go. That's what I wanted to happen. Okay. It's a long journey back. Like animals, returning to Ark habitats, Kathy, Sarah, and Ryan. Anyway. Story achievement.
I've made it back inside.
Oh my god,
Where do you want me to go?
the hair looks so much better.
Blocking the elevator, so just take that up when you're ready.
Wow. Healthy, shiny. Love the color. I can kind of validate her question. Looking for a dad can be seen as a bit of tunnel vision for the overall mission. Then again, Sarah's reasons sound off too from what we have heard. Yeah, I agree. Both points. Like, obviously, I'm a teenage girl. I'm going to be more focused on wanting to find my dad than the overall mission of saving Earth, because that's like a pretty big mission to have on my shoulders, like, objectively. And yeah, Sarah seems like she also was in it for the wrong reasons. Bringing guns on a, you know, peaceful mission. I mean, always gonna have a backup plan, I guess, but that's just a little scary. Especially if no one was told otherwise that guns were being a part of this mission. I feel like that should have been disclosed. Ew, what is the light doing over here? My hair is glowing. That may not have been all her, but she definitely has ulterior motives. True. I mean, they had to have found out that the guns were missing by this point. So, I wonder if Sarah knows that I did something with the weapons. I feel like something's about to go down. I'm nervous. Why is Ayla on the floor? You okay, Ayla? Oh my gosh. Loading screen. Oh. Hi, Sarah. You're not being creepy at all. I would think has some tact to him, so I bet he's holding Sarah back. Yeah. Let's hope Ryan's keeping. What is this?
Maybe we arrived too late.
Maybe we didn't. We have no idea what's behind this door.
No. One way to find out.
How did we not find them earlier?
Is everything all right, Sarah?
I don't know.
Yeah, she's definitely like, what
More
did you
bodies.
do with the guns?
Security drones. Hate these things.
What?
Okay?
Yeah. It's been years, I'm fine. But we should turn back. It's clearly not safe.
We need to find out what happened, Imzadi.
But we're easy targets now without...
Should jot that down.
Let's look around and see what we can find. Be careful, everyone.
MacArthur first commissioned these back on the moon. He pretended they were there to govern. Not soon after, he used them to take over the base and ensure there was no opposition to the blackout. Okay, so sounds like William was just absolutely insane and shouldn't have been on the mission.
Anything you can... Sorry, I didn't mean to. Anything useful on there?
Its protocols are all messed up. Seems a kill switch turned it off, and likely the others too. But there's more code here. Something was altered before the kill switch was thrown. Hard to tell without doing a deep dive on diagnostics.
Look at this. Outward by the door, probably guarding the bridge. The security ASCs, MacArthur's own ASCs, are facing them, not homeward. So...
They were attacking outward instead of homeward.
Interesting.
What's Sarah's deal with security ASCs?
one attacked her on the moon.
Ah.
It's the reason she got stuck there. During the blackout, she went to investigate the cause, and one knocked her out. That all led up to what happened with your dad, and you know the rest.
Huh.
Right.
At least she's alive. That's good. Yikes.
You see what some of them are holding, Ayla? These people barricade the entrance. Why would they block their own escape? Unless they weren't trying to escape.
What the heck happened here?
Did that door just open by itself?
Did you see that other robot over there, Ayla? That wasn't just me, right? There was definitely another robot over there.
What was that? I know that sound.
It's another robot.
Came from over there.
Anything else? Okay. It's running away. Get it. Come back. What's going on? I really like that these light up when you get close to them, so you like know that it's, hey, come look at me. June 4th, 2062. Oi, bruv, that coffee went right through me. I'm taking care of business right now. Boom. Sweet, thanks for the play-by-play. Do you know what they want to do to our waste? You want to have this conversation right now, while you're on the toilet? Yes, yes I do. No, I don't know. Out of behind, out of mind, and all of that. That is why you have a menial desk job and I get the cool gigs. I actually think about stuff while you're taking a dump. Yes, now listen. They dehydrate the poop over at Vita and then send it over to Odom for compost. The cycle is amazing. How you still sort of eat your own waste at the end of it all. How cool is that? I do not care at all. Now, if you would kindly forward me the weekly alloy stats, I can get on with my menial desk job. Dom and Rainer. That's funny.
I'll get that down.
Two colonists discuss how they get rid of their business. Oh! Oh! There it goes. Oh my god. How long ago did this happen? All of those bodies look fresh. What the hell? That is insane. Oh my god. Home, let us talk. Oh my god.
How does it come to this?
Petechial hemorrhages. Cyanosis. They suffocated.
What?
Everyone?
Yeah. Both homeward and outward.
We have to leave. It's too dangerous.
Too dangerous? Sarah, there's no one left.
We don't know that. I mean, look what they did to each other.
Sarah, please calm down.
No. I mean, if there are any survivors, we have nothing to defend ourselves. We have to go back. Ayla detects holograms?
Mm-hmm. Yeah? Doesn't Alex do that too?
No. And I've been trying to break the Lunar Council encryption key for years. How many of these have you found?
Oh, like 4 or 5.
Only a couple.
Play it.
What?
Play it.
Yeah, Sarah is kind of losing her marbles. Oh, I need to go down. There we go.
You are all delusional if you think Mars will ever be safe for us.
You destroyed Odin. It's unsafe here because of you!
We need to go home, to Earth. We can't stay here.
Earth is a lost cause. Why don't you see that?
I will not die without seeing my family again.
People, please. Enough!
She does have a robot too.
Fighting like cornered animals. You're all better than that. Things here haven't been easy, but it's hardship we have to endure to make outward work. It's hardship we had foreseen. Those of you who wish to return with the Arks, what do you think Earth will do with them? Who's at the front of the queue to be helped? You? Each and every one of you would be put on trial the moment your feet touch the ground. And what of the nations that don't get a say? That don't get control? What do you think they will do? They will fight, they will kill, and they will destroy. Like mindless, irrational beasts, they will destroy the Arks and each other. For over 30 years, we've known that Earth has passed the point of no return. In 30 more years, its surface will be near and distinct from that of Mars. Pushing the frontier of humanity always comes with a cost. But it's a price we have to pay for a better tomorrow. We can still move forward in unison and make this work. If only we—
Enough, William! We are done with your speeches. We are done being ignored. Your lofty talk of unity spits in the face of all those you've got locked up in medical. Desperate people who resorted to desperate measures.
Yep.
Your inaction and ignorance forced their hands. We miss our families and friends back on Earth. If our tech and our minds can help save it, we have to try. You forced us to board the Arks. You forced us to live and work in this nightmare. And now, you're forcing our hand. We will be heard, William. You will listen to us. Now, Julia.
What?
How... Rosa, what have you done?
After him! Rosa for all Homewardians! Grab MacArthur and get to the bridge!
Can they even get home? Yeah, I feel like they can. Like, these arcs are basically like ships.
It was Homeward. They used the ASCs to fight their way to the bridge.
I can't believe MacArthur pushed this to an all-out civil war.
MacArthur?
Yes, MacArthur.
The ASCs, the attack on Odom? Rosa is just as culpable, don't you think?
Rosa? You must be joking. These people have no choice. They didn't choose to be violent. MacArthur forced their hand.
That doesn't mean the ends justify the means.
Exactly.
Rosa is just as guilty of this escalating as he is.
Yeah.
Without her, none of this would have happened.
Using the
There's a lot of people at fault, yeah.
completely justified.
Doesn't that make her as much of a dictator as he was? She's imposing her will just like MacArthur did. You saw the Hollow wanted to leave.
This isn't some hypothetical moral dilemma from one of your dad's college lectures. This is clear cut.
It's not clear cut. Humans aren't clear cut. Everything has a gray area. The fact that he did call people on Earth mindless, irrational beasts was a little scary, though. That was a little much. But again, sticking 3 robots on MacArthur is also not a good thing to do. MacArthur tried to simmer down the unrest between the colonists, but Rosa fueled the fire even more to a full-blown uprising. Is this the reason no one survived? Yeah. Yeah. Lots of scary things all around. Very layered thoughts here.
Was that Ace? Oh my god, it's Ace! He made it here with Dad. He's leading us somewhere. Ayla, could it be?
Whoa. A second life among stars, walk through fire among stars. They came from far, far away. And they didn't care if she slinked away. Yeah! They're too busy, like, arguing. They don't even notice where I went. And I'm gonna look around, Ace. Oh, this is where we have to go for the puzzle. Star Maker. Paused. Whoa, someone's in the middle of playing a game. Ah! Deliver Us the Moon. Yeah, that's another game in this series. Apparently there's like Deliver Us the Moon. Oh, these must be the other games by this dev team. Corinth in the Ocean. Very cool. What was the ping? What was the ping? Where did I hear that? I can't tell if I'm going the right way or the wrong way. I mean, I think this is a whole like big puzzle area, so. Okay. Let's start the decryption. Ooh. Here. Oh.
Well, then make him authorize it.
Rosa, please stop this. This has all gone too far.
This is just the beginning.
Hacking the ASCs, storming medical to release the prisoners. You're not hearing the madness of it all.
MacArthur cut us off from Arglabos, not me, Isaac. Why are you even here? To parlay on behalf of our glorious leader?
I came as a friend, please. Please listen to reason.
I'm done listening, and I'm done talking.
What about people who support Outward and want to thrive? The people you have security ASCs pointing their weapons at right now.
We are leaving today, and we're taking the Arcs with us. If you want to help, go to the Panopticon and tell MacArthur to turn Labos back on. Otherwise, stay out of it.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Why are they acting like this? We've been through so much together. How is this happening? I hope they're okay.
Dire times, dire solutions.
Ace, wait! How'd he get in there? Damn. Let's find a way in.
Housing project sign-up station. The waiting list for housing was insane. People were years away from having their own space. Did they all sleep shoulder to shoulder here in the meantime? Dad tries to stop Rosa from inciting an all-out war, but MacArthur apparently shut off Labos to force Homeward to dim down. But Rosa stays adamant that Homeward will go home. Yeah, I feel like if they wanted to leave, they could have come to a diplomatic solution for that. Doing an all-out riot is a little intense on either side, you know? It's not always easy, but sometimes you gotta... You gotta try to, like, hear the other side of things. That's why I was hearing the beep. Okay. September 9th, 2063. I'm really, really ready to move out of Habitas right now. Yeah, I know. Of course, some people get their own rooms while we are stuck sleeping like sardines. Hajun's feet smell so bad. How am I supposed to sleep like this? Why are you even sleeping that way and not heads on the same side of the bunk? Get this, because she wants some privacy. OMG, ha 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 ha. Instead of making chill pills to distract us from the fact that housing is never going to get built, they should at least invest in some deodorant. You sound like those Homeward people. Yeah, maybe. Yihan and Joyce.
Should jot that down.
Yihan to Joyce. Colonists discuss the cramped living conditions in Habitas and how they're practically head to toe with one another. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would get frustrating for long periods of time. Especially with this many people, like, not everyone is capable of living with a whole bunch of other people. Movie night, Star Maker or Moon Man? Not this movie for the 1000th time. Monday in auditorium, vote in entrance hall. Cool. Yeah, it would also suck to, like, be deprived of the media choices that you had back on Earth. Now you're forced to only have a few options for everything like entertainment that you want to consume. Oh my gosh, I would get tired of the same movie over and over again. Alright, let's solve this laser puzzle. Alright, what do we gotta do? We gotta open this with one power thing. Okay, we also need to get this open. And the one that we unlocked was over here. What is this? That unlocked a door. Upstairs. Anything secret in here? I think it's just this. What is this here for if I can't leave? Oh wait. What was it? S? C? C. Haha! I got it. See, there we go. Sweet. Okay, we got this. Don't know where it goes right now, but I have a thingy. Do I just drop this downstairs? Or we can just do this. Okay. Definitely want to place that there. Okay. Oh man, it's still too much. I need another diffuser. Uno más. Someone in here. Okay. Let's try to go in here. Actually, wait a minute. I think I need that diffuser for over here. I pick up the diffuser, I put it inside, this door will open, and then I can pick up both diffusers. Okay, I think I got it. Let's grab this. Because this needs to be dampened one more time to open this door. Okay. So, place it here. Ayla, you're gonna pick it up. We're going through. Actually, how am I supposed to do this? Okay, let's move it as close to here as we can. Okay. Dang it, I can't pick it up. I feel like there's gotta be a way. Because that's where I got the dampener from. I can pick this up. through the door. Tricky little puzzle. Carry, place, stop controlling. Wait. I think I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work, but maybe we'll see. Maybe I should put this like in front of the beam that I can actually reach. Like that. Now that only has one going to it. I don't know. So if it's not there, here doesn't do what I want it to do. Interesting. Maybe we can... Okay. Come here, Ayla. So can we pick this up? And go back out with it? No? Can I place it closer? Huh. But I can't control the beams on it. Huh. Because if I put the diffuser in front, it takes away too much power. I want to put it in here. But I don't know how to do that. And it won't let me go out of the door with it. It won't let me pick it up. Oh wait, that has full power. Oh my gosh. I just had to slightly move it back. We got there eventually. Figured it out. So genius. That was totally not an accident. Alright, let's place this right here.
Nice.
Sweet. Okay, what else we got going on? Hologram. Okay. Nope. I definitely could not have stopped in a worse place for this.
Isaac, are you in the Panopticon with MacArthur? Isaac, please respond.
Now everyone's suffocating.
Isaac, are you still alive? I'm sorry it all came to this. Tell MacArthur to turn on Habitus. Isaac.
Rosa Laverde. Uh-oh. She's gonna be dead in there. Are we really ready to see Rosa? No.
Rosa. They murdered her. Savages. Hey. Still with Rosa after all these years? Why didn't you tell us where you were going?
I just saw Ace and went after him. Found another hologram. MacArthur shut down Labos to stop Rosa and Homewood from activating the launch sequence. Then, I think, he shut off the oxygen from the entire colony.
You've seen Isaac and these holograms, haven't you? We're leaving.
What?
What?
We'll restart the MPT connection to Labos from the bridge. We're gonna prep Habitas for launch and be gone before nightfall.
What about Arc Vita?
Rosa is dead, Kathy. Everyone is dead, and anyone that's left is probably armed and wouldn't hesitate to kill us.
But we haven't completed the mission.
We are a man down, and mission-critical gear that could have helped us is missing. Arc Vita may be important, but we don't know where it is, and we don't know if it's functional, and I will not risk the success of this mission on finding it. So we are leaving now. That is an order.
Yikes, Sarah, yikes.
So, what do we do with this little guy?
No.
Ace, turn around. ASC unit 63754-N. Ownership transfer. Lunar Council override. 170544. Isaac Johansson. Say your name.
Say mate.
It's gonna be yours now.
Ryan Delyanin.
Aww.
Well, this is new.
Oh, that is so cute. He's got his own little robot.
Kathy, align the dish with Arc Labos.
Rosa didn't make it. With her last breath, she tried to contact my dad to see if he was in the Panopticon. Was he there at the time that all of this happened? Yeah.
Now, Kathy.
Okay.
It's done. Right. Ryan, conduct final checks, and then we're gone.
On it.
Sarah.
What the?
Huh?
Are we?
What just happened?
What did you do? I
You
don't...
did that on purpose.
What?
That was our last way off the planet.
Stop.
There is
Stop.
no way home.
Sarah,
That was our
stop.
last way to
This is
power
great.
the Ark.
Sarah,
We
stop
are
it.
not going
Keep
home.
holding yourself.
Don't you understand?
Sarah.
Ugh. Your sister again, yeah. I literally told you, like, I did exactly what you told me to do. I don't know what you expected from me. I wasn't expecting that.
Ryan, I swear, I have no idea what happened. MPTs don't work like that. I could have made it happen even if I wanted to. Not that I wanted to, I just...
I know.
Is she okay?
Yeah. Yeah, she'll be fine. She just needs a second or two or a few hours.
Yeah.
So, what now?
How likely is it that the MPT dish can still be hooked up, do you think?
Not very likely.
So, there's a small chance.
But
Well,
tiny
we have to
chance?
hope that the dish didn't take the brunt of the impact. And even if it didn't, it'd need to be in line of sight with Habitas, and I'd have to check all the transformers and converters and hope that they're
I
all
think
still
it's the last
intact.
bit of hope we have.
So we should probably go check that.
I can't leave Sarah like this. But I can take your lead on this from here.
Okay.
Kat? We're counting on you.
Okay. I'll do what I can. Panopticon. Still a mystery. Desperate times. Didn't I already say that? Alright. Another story achievement. Alright. Let's go. Woo! We're jumping this thing. I was gonna ramp after that, but I probably should not. Bumpy ride, woo! Gosh.
Ryan?
Hey. You there?
Yeah, I see it. Looks like it landed on its side. Dish looks in decent shape, but I'll need to get closer to properly inspect it. With any luck, the IAS took most of the hit.
Okay. If it doesn't work, I'm crossing all my fingers and toes over here.
Yeah.
How's Sarah?
Still resting. Let's give her some good news. Okay?
Yeah.
Skirt, skirt. Drifting around the corners. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't lose control. Okay. Yikes. That is crazy. Arc Labos. Earth would have really benefited from having this arc back home. Revolutionary tech completely demolished. Did I do this? Girl, I don't think you did this. Hi, Boney. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. We just watched a giant ship crash onto Mars. My workmate has been talking about this game. It's really awesome. I highly recommend it. If they haven't started playing it yet, they should. Okay. Flashlight. Click. Ooh, that doesn't look... Oh, either way doesn't really look good. Okay. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm fascinated by Mars. This is a really good, like, look into how we could try to survive on Mars. Even though it wasn't gone about the correct way, it's still very fascinating. Also, there's a lot of like very unique features to this game that I wouldn't expect, like the climbing. Have you played Subnautica? I have played Subnautica, not on stream, but it was one of the first games I bought on Steam, actually. I played quite a bit of it. You're okay? But yeah, the climbing and the gameplay loop is very, like, satisfying in this game. Like, the puzzles feel like they're in all the right areas, and everything is laid out really nice. Subnautica is the business. Subnautica was fun. I definitely do want to play through the whole thing at some point. Not sure when. Is that worth going over there? I don't see anything. Oh wait, yeah, it's phasing out of existence, but I see it. There's a little... Oh! Crap. Okay, she did not grab on. Can you base build on this game? No, it's like entirely a story game. So you're moving to new areas only when like the story calls for it. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, November 30th, 2062. I didn't see a thing. What happened? What happened? What? Philosophy time. Here's your quote for the day. Act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, never merely as a means to an end, but always at the same time as an end. Immanuel Kant. Unsubscribe. Philosophy time. Here is your quote for the day. For it can never be that war shall preserve life and peace destroy it. Thomas Hobbes. Unsubscribe. Wait, how long is that? Oh, December 1st. December 2nd. Philosophy time. Here is your quote for the day. We are like chameleons. We take our hue and the color of our moral character from those who are around us. John Locke. For fuck's sake, stop sending this. December 3rd. Philosophy time. Here is your quote for the day. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Marcus Aurelius. Stop service. Philosophy time. Here is your quote for the day. To see the right and not to do it is cowardice. Confucius. I don't want any more, please. I am done with these. December 5th. December 5th is my birthday. December 5th, 2062. I'll be turning 61 years old on December 5th, 2062. Philosophy time. Here's your quote for the day. If men were born free, they would, so long as they remained free, form no conception of good and evil. Baruch Spinoza. You are seriously recycling like 10 of these for the last 4 years. Stop it. December 6th, 2062. Philosophy time. Here's your quote for the day. The wicked leader, oh my god. Okay, we're almost to the end. We'll just keep going. The wicked leader is he who the people despise. The good leader is he who the people revere. The great leader is he who the people say we did it ourselves. Oh wait, should I be in the tab for this? Because hold on. Let me collect it.
Noted.
Okay. Cool. Piecing the story together. Oh wait, I can't see it? Alright, anyway. A chatbot that apparently didn't know how to quit. Philosophat to Brian. I thought I could read it in here. Because I'm running out of oxygen. Okay, once... but if I really have to get another Astro Tool, just get you shut up, I swear. Okay, and he didn't respond to the last ones. Interesting. Philosophy time. Here's your quote for the day. That's hilarious. Okay. We made it. Cut. What am I cutting? Cut what? Oh, there. It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Scooter, German radio artist. Honestly, that's a good quote. Good philosophy. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. have the new Velocibot. Yes. Uh-oh. Okay. That's not what we were supposed to do. We were... Oh. I missed this scan. Okay. A hybrid-styled solar panel like this never got fully developed on Earth, but here on Mars they had it. These people knew the secrets to making these vessels before they left the moon. They could have flown them back to us. I blinked again. Mismatch? Cut. 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 It normally flashes what I need to cut. Cut. Dude, what do you want me to cut? Am I going up? Am I blind? Wait, what did I cut? I cut this, right? Am I just supposed to go out here? That doesn't seem right. Is it glitched? That's not good. Yeah, I definitely think it's glitched. Hold on. Let me die again. Does it want you to cut from beneath it? Because when I... Yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, was I going the wrong way? Oh, crap. That was an accident. I think I was going the wrong way, actually. Yeah. This way? Yes? Yeah, this way. Okay. I was very confused. Okay. We're on the right track now. We just had to die a few times. Uh-oh, not good. Okay. We made it. Alright, progress. The climb mechanics they're very cool. They're very unique. I've never done a climbing mechanic like that before. Alright, we got this puzzle.
Is it still functional? Scan it. Thank God. Let's get it going. Just a shame we won't be able to take it back with us. There's nothing like this on Earth.
Yeah, definitely. BRB, okay. Have a good BRB, sailor. So yeah, surprisingly, it's kind of just Kathy too. Kathy and her dad, like Sarah and Ryan, the other two characters, don't really have British voice actors. Oh, there's also this. I don't know why this is here yet. I'm still gonna take a look around. So let's place that back. We have that connected. Let's go up here. There's another thing here. Right? Oh, there's two on this side. Okay, interesting. This is gonna take me a minute. Oh. Sometimes it's a little jinked to like move around and stuff. Hey, yeah. Okay. Alright, so we got this. Right. That has 4. The other one has 4 as well. Okay. So this needs 2 and 2. The other one just needs 3. We can go over on this side as well. There is a Deliver Us Earth, which is the second game. Is there a Deliver Us the Moon as well? I can't place it here. Okay. Oh. Boney is so confused. Yeah, I'm not sure what order you need to be playing them. I think Deliver Us the Moon was supposed to be the first one, but I might be mistaken. I can place this right here. Yeah, I think it's Moon, Mars, and maybe Deliver Us Earth, but I haven't heard of Deliver Us Earth.
Any ideas, Ayla?
Here. I'm gonna pick this up. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize it was a series because this game was available for free on Epic Games Store, which is how I have it. And then I found out it was a series later.
Sounds good. Time for the next.
Uh-oh. Why can I not connect this? Huh? What is going on? For free, I have not used Epic, mainly Steam. Yeah, I've only used Epic Game Store when there's free games, but Epic Game Store has free games all the time. It's very useful. It was connecting literally just fine earlier. But Steam, it doesn't seem like Steam has free games as often as Epic Game does. Or at least not the type of games that I'm interested in. Why? Yeah, that's definitely something worth checking out for sure. There's like a free stuff bot that people, like streamers, typically have in their Discords. So a few of my streamer friends have the free stuff bot in their Discord. Okay, so that's fine. So that's how I've found like some good games for free on the Epic Game Store, is through the bot. Okay. Those both have 2. Okay, good. That's what we wanted, right? Oh, but now this has 1 too much. Okay. So that's the issue. They all need to be good. Okay. Interesting. Maybe... feels like I should be using the... Yeah, I should get the free stuff bot incorporated into my Discord as well. Because I feel like it's very handy. Oh, thank you so much for joining the Discord at Epic. Or Boney. I'm sorry, is that Epic? I was thinking of the Epic Game Store. Boney. I'm trying to think. Because if I split this, I am Epic, thank you. Epic. It's Epic that you joined the Discord. Oh, why did I pick that up? R. Here. Oh wait, that's 3. Are we good? 3 and 2 and 2, right? I feel like I'm missing something. Is there something on the other side too? There's 2 over there. Crap. Okay. I didn't even notice that. Is there another splitter? Oh, there is, right here. Interesting. And Taylor, yes, they both joined. Love shared communities. I agree. I agree. Okay, I think. What I love so much about Twitch. Same here. Same here. Okay, real question is, how do I get up there? From here? That looks a little sketch. Oh, no. I don't know how to get up there. I can't climb. Whoa, 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 whoa. Feels like there needs to be a box here, and there's not. Can I move this? How long have I been streaming? Oh, 2 hours. Or did you mean like, how long have I been streaming? Like, oh, that's a little complicated because I have a little bit of a varying streaming past. My first stream was like August 2020? 2021? No, it had to have been 2021. And actually it wasn't. It was probably May 2021. And then I streamed that whole summer, 2021 summer. And then I stopped for school, for college, for like a whole year. And then I started streaming again in like September of 2022. And that's when I like really stuck to it. And I streamed from September 2022 all the way to like January 2023. Or there was some like break in there. And then I had to take a break, like a 4-month break, and then I came back, and since that 4-month break I've been streaming ever since. So like roughly I started in 2021, but then I took like a whole year off, and that's kind of the story. So yeah, like I got super into it September 2022, streamed for a while, took 4 months off, and then yeah, back. Poop lore. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to keep up with like a community in streaming when you like have other life responsibilities. And I just I got up here. You're a cool streamer. Thank you so much, Bodhi. I really enjoy it. That's why I like haven't stopped, because it's just so much fun. And I love the community that I've been able to build.
Now we can hook the Arx MPT up to Habitas.
You engage well. That's so sweet. That makes me so happy to hear. I always worry about that. I always worry if like people are like engaged with my content, and if I'm like entertaining enough, then oh. It's definitely an anxiety I have, but I enjoy it too much to let that stop me, you know? Okay, here, and then, no, down, down. We're so close. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oh my gosh, one more. Okay. So stay here, go up. And then here. There we go.
Key.
Yes, sir?
Activate a security protocol on the MPT connection right now.
I don't understand.
Homewood insurgents are trying to commandeer the colony. Turn off Ark Lavos completely and add an authorization protocol to the MPT software.
Sir?
If any attempts to restart the MPT connection to Habitas are made without my authorization, set the ship's thrusters to overclock.
That's what happened.
They'll burn through. Lavos will be adrift. It could even cause a chain reaction to the fuselage and destroy the entire vessel.
Do it! Set the authorization condition to Argus's decryption clearance only. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Big boom boom. Yeah. So they were like, if anyone tries to establish connection, make sure the ship blows up. Or, you know,
Ryan, I know why the Ark
engage
crashed.
the thrusters.
When the insurgents started in Habitas, MacArthur put a kill switch protocol on the MPT connection.
Wow.
The same MPT connection we almost restarted on Lavos.
Yeah. If anyone restarted the connection without his council code, the thrusters would burn out. That destroyed Lavos. I'm gonna go check the dish.
Alright. Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you, Ryan. Alright, we're gonna have to make a jump for it. What? Oh. There's a platform right here. I was prepared to lock on again. Okay. Here we need to lock on. Okay. Wasn't too bad. Flashlight. What's up this way? I can't see. Nothing. Okay. Hi, Retro. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm glad you could stop by. Oh boy, this is spooky. Been busy? Glad to be here. Glad to hear that. I was able to see quite a bit of your, I don't really know how tournaments work, but when I stopped by the other day and you put the link to the other streamer, Z's, I watched all of that stream. You did very good. I'm so proud of your PB from that. They're kind of complicated, but wow, thanks. Yeah, I have no. Oh god! Crap! I tried to hang on. Yikes. Okay. Well, know what's gonna happen. Okay, great. Do we want to go? Oh! Do we want to go up or down? Up seems like the right idea, right? It was an LTA, which means I can reset as much as I want while the timer runs, and only my best time counts. Oh, that's sick! I kind of figured it was something like that. Like, you have as much time as the timer to like get a good run.
Let's not do that again, ever.
My shorts need changing. Yeah, that was a little spooky. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy crap, it's falling. Run! Ooh. Okay. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Holy crap. Okay, I'm stuck. What?
Again, ever.
Okay, it was a little glitch, so like the most difficult part of the movement, the climbing movement in this game is like they have specific button orientations to like jump either behind you. Thank you so much for gifting a sub, Boney. That's amazing. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, yeah, retro subbed. That was awesome. Aw, an avocado. Thanks. So when I tried to like move my hook back onto the wall, it just like I guess I pressed the right combination of buttons to just throw myself off. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. All right, let's do this. Oh god. Okay, let's run, let's run, let's run, let's run. Uh-oh. Ow. Okay, that's on my head. Am I supposed to be avoiding that? There it goes. Okay. That's how that was supposed to happen. How the heck am I staying calm right now? This is insane. Oh my god. Oh, come on. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, let's get up here. I'm glad the game is waiting till I'm off the platform to make the platforms fall. Okay. That was scary.
The air axis is misaligned. Hopefully the hydraulics survived the crash. I'll head to the bridge now to check.
Fingers crossed.
Whew. Alrighty. We made it. We made it. We made it. Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's see if there's anything secret over here. Flashlight. Any secrets? Oh my god. Oh! It's a Marsman issue. Marsman issue number 6, Agency, written by Conrad Van Sajik, illustrations by Conrad Van Sajik. All-out war ensues after the astronauts' outcry. The downtrodden Martians, finally united, take up arms. Wanting to reconnect with their ancestral human roots once more, they fight for their rightful place as the new Martian rulers. In this thrilling climax to the Marsman saga, we finally learn the answer to the question that's been gripping us. Will justice prevail this time?
I'll get that done.
I missed a lot of those issues, so I don't know what's going on with Marsman. But we did get this. MacArthur instructed the Lavos crew to activate a trap on the MPT protocol. If Homeworld would try to restart the power connection to Ark Lavos, they would destroy the Ark in doing so. We found out about this trap the hard way. So in this game, there's like a new technology called Stream. And it basically like wirelessly transmits electricity of some kind. So the MPT is like a satellite dish for this electricity thing. So I have to realign the dish so that I can like stream to it to activate a power source of some kind. So hopefully it still works. And I'm assuming it will. But you know, maybe we'll find something else to do. Ooh, this looks so safe. I am so safe doing this. Okay. Is this the kind of stuff you're gonna do on Mars? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Making sure I'm getting my pickaxe training in right now. I really hope I get to climb on the side of a broken spaceship with just 2 ice picks and a deadly fall to the ground. Oh, this sounds like a great time. Oh, the music is swelling. Oh, wrong one. This one. Then this one. This one. Oh!
Man, that's a big drop.
Yikes. Okay, so how do we get out of this? I did fall, but I didn't fall. What do I do? I don't know what to do. Okay, there I go. No, I can't hit the metal parts at all.
Man, that's a big drop.
Oh, it was like a little...
Down, Ada.
Okay.
I can't fly, can I?
Welcome back, Sailor. Yeah, I have to like dodge it, so if I'm not like far enough over, I have to like re-clamp it, go to another area. Okay, and move a little bit farther that way. Don't fall! Again! Thank you, Mom! Alright. We made it. Somewhere. Okay. Anything over here? No. Okay. This looks so scary. Can't get this one. Trigger the door. Ooh. Alright, August 12th, 2065. It hurts to move, even in 0G. Feels like my head is being crushed behind my eyes, but glad to see that the top Lavos engineer still is also only human. I've been hovering over the toilet all morning. Self-made stuff. Never again. I'm using a triple serving of a ration to get through today. Screw it. Haha. We're sorry I slept through it. But I see you kept the ship in one piece. Yeah, all good. The shuttle's coming up from the surface? It's not MacArthur. We still got a month left before rotation, right? Can you come up here? Just in case. Guy and Robbie.
Gotta make a note of this.
Oh, that's who MacArthur told to do the encryption stuff. 2 Lavos engineers deal with a hangover from a heavy night when the rotation shuttle arrives way too early. And it was my father? Question mark?
Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Ayla, we need to head up to the dish and clear the rubble from the joints manually.
Oh, fun. Manually, you say? Cool. Yay, more climbing, more falling. I am supposed to go this way, yes? Okay, not this way. That door is not even like... Oh! Out here. Might be. Didn't see this. Oh, brother. Okay. Flying without wings. Falling with style. Okay. This is crazy. Okay, there has to be something hidden out here, right? I mean, it wouldn't make sense that there's anything. I never saw Toy Story 4. Me neither, Retro. The one with the one with Sporky, right? I saw so much about it, but I just never got around to watching it. Oh, this is how I get this hologram. Okay, let's decrypt it.
No, listen. MacArthur's rigged the thrusters. If you try and restart the MPT, we're either going to be left adrift, or it could blow the whole arc. He's the only one who can authorize the reconnection.
We're dealing with him as we speak. Move aside!
You can't!
Arlo, break through the door!
Are you crazy? You're going to...
Hard breach detected. Lockdown imminent.
Key? I'm at the opposite column. Is Lavos alright? MacArthur.
Isaac! I'm a hole in the ship! We're gonna...
Yay.
Dad was at the Panopticon during the riots. I knew it. We have to go there next.
Yeah, so that was when we first found the ship in space. There was a giant hole in the side and we didn't know what happened, and then we couldn't get in the room. So that's what happened. There were people riding and trying to get to command, and a hole got blown in the ship. 2 Lavos engineers deal. Oh, wait. During that fateful day, Homewardians used the shuttlecraft to board Ark Lavos. Oh, okay. Try to commandeer the ship, but during their struggle, a security ASD pierced through the ship's hull and flung them out into space. Yeah, a lot of bad things were going down. For sure. Can I open the door from in here? No. I'm glad I walked around. That's cool to know. wraps that little loose thread up nicely. Can I jump up here? Oh my god! I'm inside the ship. I'm inside the ship. Okay, we're fine. Interesting. So I can literally just walk in and out of the ship right here. What? That's kind of fun. That is so weird. Huh. Alright. You undermeshed, yeah. I found a little hole in the game. It's not a glitch, it's a feature. I found a feature of the game. Oh boy. Oh! Oh! Sorry, cat. That was my bad. I was trying to take a look.
I was at the Panopticon during the riots.
Okay.
I knew it. We have to go there next.
High-tech ship with optical illusion walls for quick escape. Of course, of course. I totally agree. I think we solved the mystery. Woo. Okay. Woo! Alrighty, that's not terrifying.
Truth. Time to reconnect the dish, Shayla. If this doesn't work, well, we'll never get into the Panopticon.
Exactly, Boney. If I don't keep testing gravity, how do I know it's always still there? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's on both sides. That is so jarring. I guess it's to stop people from climbing up, which is very interesting. Or, I don't know. Maybe it was a feature, honestly. It was pointing to the fact that that was not the way to go. Alright. Maybe I can open the door from this side now? I just did this too early. I just did this too early. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was a secret, but that was actually how I'm supposed to get back inside the ship. Okay.
Please work. Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Ooh, a little shaky, little shaky. Yikes. Little scary. Gets a little wobbly. Okay, calm down, settle down, settle down. Is the other arc gonna blow up?
That is the most goddamn beautiful MPT beam I've ever seen in my entire life.
Thanks, Ryan.
Get back. We'll leave ASAP. We'll get Habitats prepped for launch.
Okay. See you soon. But not before I find Dad.
Isaac Newton might have been wrong. Exactly. He invented gravity, so, like, maybe he was wrong about it.
Kathy, we're ready to leave. Are you back yet?
On my way. Be there soon.
Okay.
To the Panopticon to see what happened to my father, what happened to my dad. Whoa, okay. Anyway, I must bid you all good night. 11 p.m. here. Oh, that's very late. Good night, Boney. I hope you sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping by and gifting us up to Retro. That was very sweet. Thanks for the great stream. Take care, all. Take care, Boney. Aw, thank you so much for the 200 biddies.
Ailey, you don't think that's...
Have a good night, Boney. Oh. Is that my father?
MacArthur.
Oh. It's William.
I'll make a note of this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Dang, I missed one. Crap. Okay. Was MacArthur supervising the entire colony from here? He was in total control over all of it and all of its inhabitants. Man, I like just barely missed a whole bunch of these. I missed like 3, 2, and 1. So close. They must have been hidden pretty well. I missed a lot of the comics. I don't know where they were hidden. Okay. That's cool. I tried my best. Oh, we still got some stuff. Oh, that is close. Okay. Okay, not this way. Over here. Yeah. Up. And around. There we go.
There's no way out, MacArthur! Open this door!
William, enough is enough. Reconnect Lavos and let's settle this. Me, you, and Rosa. You're both destroying everything we built here. William. William, are you listening to me?
Suit up, Isaac.
What do you do?
Just put your suit on. Outward, this is MacArthur. If the mutineers don't stand down immediately, I will shut down Ark Habitat.
Hi, Zachary. Welcome in.
You can't. You'll kill everyone.
Not everyone. Switch to your suit's oxygen pack.
There are people out there who still believe in Outward. Innocent people. Are you willing to sacrifice them too?
Only I have the strength to do what needs to be done. To save this. So, yes, Isaac, I am.
Huh.
Isaac, are you the Panopticon with MacArthur? Isaac, please respond.
What did you...
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Isaac, are you still alive? I'm sorry it all came to this. Tell MacArthur to turn on Habitas.
Why didn't he turn it back on? Oof, indeed. What? Why didn't he turn it back on?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
What? You literally sat there and just listened to everybody die?
Labos. Guy, I'm at the Panopticon. Is Labos alright? MacArthur. Hello? I'm Labos. Is anyone still on the ship? Come in. Come in, I'm Labos.
So he's like now officially alone on Mars. Everyone else is dead.
Outward. People of Mars. This is Isaac Johansson. It's please meet me at Ark Vita. All of us.
Okay. Being hunted by Homordians, Dad tried to get MacArthur to turn Ark Labos back on, but MacArthur chose to turn off Ark Habitas instead, instantly suffocating everyone in the colony. And then Dad pulled MacArthur's oxygen tube. But he also didn't turn on Ark Habitas until Rosa was gone. Dad, what have you done? Yikes. Yeah, why did he not immediately press the button again? He was like, I'm so sorry. Dude, he could have been a little bit more hasty with that. Oh, yikes.
We have to get in there, Ayla.
Oh no, it's broken. It's broken. How do get in there? Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh. Convenient. Oh, you probably need to go in there. What does it say? Never go out without Ace by your side. Oh, wait. Can I stand up? And there we go. Also, I didn't say anything about the Isaac Clarke thing because I don't know who Isaac Clarke is. I feel like I'm missing some context there. Oh. Ooh, this is a very luxurious suite compared to everyone else living in little tiny holes with like some cushion and a very thin blanket. Wow, ooh, yikes. Alright, it's time for the last hologram. Anything else to pick up? Okay, do this here. Alright. Last one.
Please work.
Please authorize outgoing encrypted radio transmission.
Argus, authorize, please. I can't believe it. Moonbear. I can't put into words how much I've missed you. If you're hearing this, you know where it's transmitting from. 2 years ago, the Outward Colony lost connection to Ark Lavos, our main power source. I'm stationed at Ark Vita, the same ship you saw on the moon when you were little, remember? Encrypted in this radio transmission will be the exact location of Ark Vita. I'll play it now for Ayla to decipher. Just know, Moonbear, I'm still alive. Come find me, please.
Outgoing transmission failed.
Damn it.
Dang. Uh-oh.
I told Claire over and over again that you weren't ready for this. That you wouldn't rise to the occasion. But to keep this from us? We're leaving. Now.
You're one to talk.
Oh.
Excuse me.
I know you only brought me here so that I could pull on my dad's heartstrings so he'd come quietly. So you could lock him up forever.
Yeah, exactly where he belongs. It was that,
or what? Plan B?
What did you do with the weapons?
I got rid of them.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Thank you so much, Squall.
You have so much potential to help so many people, and you're gonna throw it away for your own goddamn selfish reasons.
Sarah, this isn't the way to do this.
Claire would be so disappointed that you turned out exactly like your father. So strong, yet so weak.
You're the one that brought guns. What is it? Revenge? Your pain brought you here, Sarah, so who's the weak one?
You have no idea what I have been through. I am trying to do what's right. I am trying to save everyone.
By leaving without Ark Vita? Doesn't Earth need it? Or are you just too afraid to face my father without a gun in your hand? I'm going to Ark Vita. I'm going to find my father.
Not in a million years.
Ayla, now.
Go! Sarah?
Teeth!
Kathy!
Oh my god. Okay. Desperate times.
What are you doing?
You came in at a little bit of a crazy time, Squall.
Get back here right now. You're putting the entire mission at risk. Kathy!
Where am I even going? This is Deliver Us Mars. doing? How are you? Thank you for the resub. What am I supposed to be doing right now? I'm running where? I don't know. I feel like I need to interact with something. No. Very pretty, okay. Oh, I didn't scan that. Can I scan it now?
Make a note of this.
Oh, I did get it! Orrery. This model shows Mars as the center of it all. MacArthur and Outward really seem set on making this place the new origin point for humankind. Oh, shoot! Months ago, my dad sent us a distress signal from this personal communication terminal in MacArthur's private quarters. It seems he didn't know how, or he didn't know it got through. Is he still at Archvita? Is he still alive? It looks like I know you're ready for the cutscene to over. I'm going dying of heat though. It's too hot outside. It is insanely hot outside. Okay, not the stairs, or is it the other stairs? Yeah, I definitely hope you're staying hydrated in the heat. These stairs. Dude, where am I going? I'm so confused. I just got off the elevator. Okay. Scanned that. Tried those doors. Didn't work. Bought myself a Slurpee. Something nice and cold. Very nice. Yeah. Try to stay cool and hydrated. That's the key. This is supposed to be intense, and I'm lost. Downstairs? Oh, there we go. Okay. Anything? Oh, I know where we are. Yeah, we gotta go this way. This is an insane climax. I was not expecting this much drama. I love it.
Kathy, there's a dust storm coming in. Do you want to get yourself killed? Head back now. Turn back now. This'll all be for nothing. Kathy, don't.
I am being pretty selfish by doing this. Maybe I should just take a step back and reconsider, but it is a whole other arc. We need as many arcs to get back to Earth as we can.
We'll make it through, Ayla. I'm not changing course.
Kathy, I know what you want to fight, but I don't think it will be what you want it to be. We've seen the pain and destruction. We know what they're capable of. We shouldn't. If you want me to say it, I'll say it.
Whoa!
Whoa! I'm afraid of what you will find there. Afraid that we'll fail to save Earth. I'm afraid
Oh gosh.
Maybe more so than anything, I'm afraid of you. Do you understand that? You hold the fate of everyone in your hands, and I'm not sure what you're gonna do with it. Please don't do this all by yourself. Kathy, please turn back. Kathy.
Don't think I'm gonna do that.
Kathy.
Oh gosh.
Kathy.
I can't see anything.
Kathy!
Whoa, Kathy.
Dad! Where are you?
Oh no. Flashback.
Dad! Help me! Dad! Here!
Come over here!
This way? Am I walking in circles?
The storm is getting worse, Ruben. Come to me.
Oh, I see him. She's scared because she'll do something crazy to have fun. Whoa, we're zooming. Oh, is this the storm that...
I'll find her. Take Kathy to the closet under the stairs. Stay inside the closet.
Oh, this is the storm that destroyed our house.
Liz? Liz!
Kathy, come here, quick! Kathy! Hurry!
Liz! We found Kathy! Liz?
Isaac, where are you?
At the house! Come back to the house!
I can't make out where you are.
Follow my voice! Quick! Quick, the storm is getting closer!
I can't find you.
Liz? Liz?
I see the observatory.
No! Don't go in there! It's not safe in the... No! Liz!
Oh, no. This is how we lost Mom.
Kathy, stay here, okay? Stay here, okay? Stay there. Okay. Dad? Dad? Dad, where are you? Dad? Dad, are you okay?
Why were they outside when a dust storm just happened?
Come on, baby.
Or a tornado?
Get up, Liz. Come on. Liz, the storm's over. Come on now. Get up. Get up. It's time to get... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. God, if we just move. God, if we just move. God.
Yeah.
We have the place. We can just move.
Sounds good, Mom. Drive safe home.
No.
Dang. Ooh. Okay, is the dust storm settling? Sweet. I really don't think my dad is gonna be alive when I make it there, to be honest. Whoa, whoa. Oh, okay. Really hard to see where like the bumps and stuff are. Oh, little ramp, little air action. Here we are, here we are, here we are. We made it. Okay. Let's open it up, Ayla. Another door. Try it again. Oh. What? What the hell is this? Oh my goodness. I can't talk to them. Are they not like, who the hell is this girl? Oh, are they seeing me? They are seeing me. Okay. Whispering? At least this isn't a dream? Question mark? This is crazy. Did they actually survive out here? Whoa. It looks like they got a good water system. They got homes for everybody. Outward. Hello, everyone. I am Isaac's daughter. Nice to see you guys alive.
Is Isaac here? Isaac Johansson?
Hi, Dad. This is crazy. He's actually alive? And people are alive and surviving out here? Oh gosh. Hi, Dad. You kind of look like Gordon Ramsay.
You got my message?
Yeah. But the only bit that got through was the first word.
Sarah's gonna be pissed. Oh,
Mm,
yeah. Sarah is gonna be pissed.
I would have given anything to,
Isaac? Conrad here.
Hey, Con.
That's the dude that's been making all the comics.
To finish up Vita's prints.
Oh, really sorry. Odin's dropping fast, so Miyoshi's hydrogen request takes priority. But I'll authorize your request immediately so Jill can add it to the next run.
Sure thing. Thanks.
Authorize the request, Argus.
Is that MacArthur's ASC?
Yes. I took him with me after the...
He should have been the leader this whole time. He's like,
only
obviously
people that
understands what needs to be going on.
Yes. I really wish there were more, but it was a dark day. We've been through a lot. The division, the violence. Our energy resources are really limited ever since that day. The only thing that we have in abundance is oxygen coming in
Can
from
you
habitats.
stop pushing
Besides
me
that,
off
we
the path,
really have
Dad?
to balance what our
Jeez.
resources allow us to sustain, which is difficult. But we made it work.
It's so beautiful here. It looks even prettier than Earth.
Yeah.
The other colonists, they're not really happy to see me, are they?
It's not that. I never told them I sent that message. I don't think they ever expected to see anyone else ever again.
Oh.
Well. Surprise! I made it! Yes, so... What are we doing now? He was trying and seems to eventually figure out how to manage people, yeah. And your other daughter? Yeah, so Catherine... yeah, I'm Catherine. Caroline. Didn't make it. You don't, Claire. I forgot her name.
There's something I want to show you. It took a long time and more
It was
resources
a
than I
C.
care to admit, but I guess I just couldn't let it go.
Dad, if you don't give me some room on this path, I swear. What are you doing?
Dad.
Our house.
I don't have any words.
He's rebuilding the house.
Come on, have a look around.
Dang, that is some high quality.
When you're done looking around, I've got a surprise for you.
How did you build this?
Wait, this wasn't the surprise.
Well, yes and no.
I need the lore, yeah.
Too much. Maybe you won't like it. Just enjoy and look around first.
I don't understand how you got all of this here. This seems a little insane.
So, was this something special you promised me?
Oh, I think I might have oversold it. Here it is. I know you're too old for a toy bear. I made it myself.
Oh my god.
With wood grown right here. Over there, in fact. I guess I just needed it to remind me of you. It is extremely delicate, so please be careful. Not like the dozens you destroyed before. What's wrong? Don't you like it?
I found all these holograms about what happened here. And what you did.
All right.
Yeah, Dad, I need some questions answered before we move on.
You must think I'm some kind of monster.
Some choices were a little messed up, for sure.
I don't.
I would understand. I think about it every day. I lost hope of ever seeing you again.
I love that every
I tried
scene
to stay out
changed,
of
my
it.
hair just...
I've made so many mistakes in my life. But, that day that I had to stop them both before they destroyed it all.
Why didn't you choose for Rosa and Homewood? Why didn't you try to come home to us?
Yeah.
It's complicated. You're here.
He hasn't even asked
I'm
about
never
my
going to let you
sister.
out of my sight. I'm going to keep you safe. You are here, safe. I
He
promise.
hasn't even asked.
Dad, We came here to save you, right?
Save me.
To bring you back to Earth.
You want to bring me back, but I didn't send the message for you to save me. I sent the message for you to be here with me. What are you doing here? You want to take me back to, but they'll... What was the plan? What was the plan?
I don't know. But Dad, we need to bring the Arks back home. To save us.
The colony is stable. We made it. We made it work for all of us. I made it work for you. Please, you must listen to me, Moonbear. Humanity destroyed the Earth. They'll destroy the Arks too. They'll go to the highest bidder or the strongest nation. They don't... Look what we've achieved.
Moonbase. Outward. Was there ever a plan to save Earth?
No.
Isaac? Amira here. Please come in.
Yes, Amir.
The Habitat's rover is back, but could you please meet me at the Savannah Terrace? It's urgent.
I'll be right there. Wait here for me, please. We'll talk through it all. I promise. Please.
Okay.
So the choice is either abandon Earth or destroy the Mars colony. Yikes. Well, I guess we could just leave this arc here, but without this arc, you know, there's no guarantee that one arc can save... Who? Turn around! All his interactions seem so creepy just to me. He does seem like an odd guy. Huh? Who was that? Mom and sister? Maybe, yeah.
Sarah. How did you? No time. We need to hide. They're coming back. Where can we go? Quick.
We need to be quick.
Under the stairs.
In the closet. Quick.
Let me talk to Kathy about this. Kathy?
Kevin was certain, Isaac. It's Sarah Baker. She must have taken our rover back over here.
Kathy?
How did they even get here, Isaac? How did they find us?
She's gone.
What?
Kathy is gone.
Where did she go?
I don't know, but find her. Please. Now! Unison, my daughter the intruder are missing. Lock off the entrance and check every inch of the dome. Find them.
You okay?
I'm fine. Let's go.
Sarah, I know what I did. I know it was...
It's alright. I heard everything. I have one too, remember? We have to get back to Habitas. This place is swarming with...
Guys, I've got a bit of a situation over here.
Yeah?
Yeah, those colonists really don't like you stealing their rover. They're trying to get in.
Okay.
I broke the elevator stream point and threw up some barricades. Big brain move.
Be careful.
You need to get back here, or they're gonna stop us from leaving altogether.
Yep, we need to steal another rover, sneak past a ton of colonists.
We need to press on to Arc Vita.
We're stealing Arc Vita.
Ryan, redirect Habitas's power to Vita and prep for launch. We are gonna head that way right now.
We're doing this? Okay, copy that. Heading to the NPT terminal now. Be careful out there. Both of you.
I saw a path on the way out.
Yeah, you okay?
Yep. I'll live. Let's go.
This is insane. Now I really want to play the other two games. I want to know what happened before and what's going to happen after this. Because there's no way this is the end of the story. I can't believe... This is like reading the second book in a trilogy and just trying to piece everything together. I'm so confused about what happened on the moon. And... now we're about to leave for Earth, and yeah, what's gonna happen? God,
Someone needs to go back to the Ark, and we'll have bigger problems if we don't find him. Now let's go.
I'm hidden.
It's clear.
Yeah. Because, like, obviously there's a whole history that happened on the moon that we don't know about. That is, like, would be adding a lot of context to this.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I think that facility leads to the Ark.
Looks like it, yeah.
How's our chances of just walking in without any hassle?
Probably 1%. Oh, assess the chances. I can't.
Not good.
I was afraid of that.
Maybe there's another way in.
Okay.
There's a maintenance shaft that might get us there with a bit of a detour.
I'm not sure I can handle more detours.
Maybe I can do something to create a diversion. But how? And where? That's their pump regulator that controls the incoming oxygen from Ark Habitas.
You're right. Why?
Look. No one is wearing a pressurized suit. If I temporarily turn it off, everyone will be forced to suit up or get to safety. We could use that distraction to get you in there. I can use the maintenance tunnel to get to the facility unnoticed.
Kathy, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
I'll meet you at the entrance.
Okay. Good luck.
Yikes. So we're literally, history's repeating itself. We're the one freaking turning off the oxygen this time. Good lord. Okay, we got bees. There's bees. This is... It's a wild decision now.
Take these and pass them around. If anyone finds the intruder, do not hesitate. Eliminate them on sight. Udahar finds Isaac. Make sure he's contained.
Yeah, which one is the better? Save the home he had or become a part of a new one? Exactly.
That's the pump, Ayla. Let's find the terminal and shut it
Because
down.
either way, we're hurting people, you know? Either way, we are either killing...
Please stop running away. We are so close to having everything we want. Please, just stay here. I will lose you again. I can't.
Yeah, it's either hurt the colonists or hurt our home planet. Okay. What buttons do I push? Doesn't seem good. Should I be pushing buttons?
I didn't shut it down. It just moved those heat shields. Maybe we need to follow the pipes up, Ayla.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Alright, good enough.
Guys, Collins in the air. Give me some good news.
We're not at the Ark yet. We're going as fast as we can.
Please, hurry up before we're forced to join their insane little cult.
I'm trying.
We gotta go. Hurry.
Okay. We're up, we're up, we're up. Goodness.
That doesn't work either.
Yikes.
I don't think I have any other option.
I don't think I should be cutting these. I do not want to do that. Uh-oh, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Atmospheric breach detected. Level 4 rupture. Please put on your pressurized suit and get to the nearest safety zone immediately. Sam, quick, head back to the emergency suit. Atmospheric breach
other choice.
First thing, we just have the facility now.
I'll meet you inside.
Oh my gosh, it's just like my dad leaving me. This is crazy. Is this the way I'm supposed to go?
Level 4 rupture. Please put on your pressurized suit and get to the nearest safety zone immediately. Atmospheric breach detected. Level 4 rupture.
Oh, we're just missing.
Please put on your pressurized suit and get to the nearest safety zone immediately. Atmospheric breach detected. Level 4 rupture. Please put on your pressurized suit and get to the nearest safety zone immediately. Atmospheric breach detected.
I'm not gonna make it. Sarah, go up now. Go.
Careful. You're not coming inside. The archive. Is that? No, Moonbear, listen to me. You can't do this. Not just to me, but to all these people.
Oh.
Don't leave.
We have to, Dad. I'm gonna find another way up there now.
Moonbear,
You didn't ask about my sister, Dad. Do you really care? And stop calling me Moonbear. My name isn't Moonbear.
you can't leave. Kathy!
Exactly.
What are you doing? That vent takes you straight to the Tesla chambers. You're going to get yourself killed.
Well, I think I'll make it out alive just fine, Father.
Everyone that's still inside the dome, get to the carport and head to Arch Strut A. I'll put you down now.
This is so crazy. What is going on?
Please, I don't want to lose you.
Okay. Interesting. So we can't go up that way because that's broken, but we can go up this way. Alright. This is terrifying. Okay. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get I am not sure. need to get, like, above where I am right now. Ow. Okay, I'm going to try to... Oh, crap. Okay, that's what I was supposed to do. I'm supposed to land on top of that and then jump to their platform. I have to do it again! Dang it! Okay. That's what I thought. I was just scared that I wasn't gonna make it. A distance this big, I die. Why can't I not just land on the platform right underneath me and just do it again? I fall this far and it's like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, okay. It's hard to time these jumps. Crap! Okay. To make it on here. Ooh. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I made it! There we go. Okay. You're kidding me, right? Yeah, I know, right? Why has that not been brought up this whole time? Oh, goodness. Can I do this? I don't think I'm fast enough at this. I think I might be able to get high enough where I can just jump backwards, hopefully. So let's start on this end. Oh, jump! Okay, it's so hard to, like, figure out how to jump off like that. But, like, when I actually want to. Okay. Ugh. Ow. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Yeah, let me try to do that consistently. Okay, so jump. Hold S and spacebar. Okay. Okay. that's so difficult. Yikes. I just don't know how to climb faster. Oh my gosh. I am holding, oh my god. I am trying to jump off and it just doesn't want me to. Dude. What? This game, man, come on. I really wish this was slower. Gosh. I really don't know what to do. I'm sweating. Why does she not mantle? I'm trying so hard, dude. Come on. Just grab onto the ledge, please. I want to be out of here so bad. Oh my god, we made it. Oh my god, finally. Wow, we did it! Thank you for the redeem, Zachary. Okay, finally. Dude. That was insane. Okay.
Quick! Get inside! Alex, lock this door. They're trying to sabotage the Ark's thrusters. Okay, just encrypt your multi-ES electric encryption that uses a 64-bit cipher.
What are you doing, Dad?
Linda, please, hear me out. If only for a second. You don't have to do this. This place, everything we've built. I can't go back to Earth. They'll lock me up and throw away the key. We'll be apart again.
Cap, Sarah, the colonists are inside the bridge.
Please, move. You're the only thing that's missing. Stay.
We have to go to Earth, Dad. We can't stay here.
I'm through. Got the launch sequence started. Start your engines.
I'll try.
Kathy, let's go! Kat!
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry.
Automated launch sequence initiated. Board Arc Vita.
Get to the Ark! Quick!
Departure imminent.
Sarah! I'm coming to get you! We're gonna make it!
We got this. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're trying to destroy one of the legs. Uh-oh.
Hurry. Hey, Ayla.
You left me, Dad. If you don't make it, I'm not coming back for you. Yikes. Cat. Wow. So you're just leaving everybody else? Dang.
Automated launch protocol initiated. Start manual cross-checks.
Kat? You got this.
What a selfish dude. Okay, what are we doing?
Sarah, sit rep.
I initiated the launch sequence from the control room.
Copy. Proceeding with final checks. Initiating airtight seal.
Right. Oh, boop, boop, boop. Check. Yay!
Checking air composition.
Yeah, it is about to get hot and fiery. Okay. Nitrogen 78. Probably could have gone the other way, but I didn't realize what we were doing. Okay. And oxygen 22. Okay.
Initiating adductor retract.
Boop.
Sarah, vent off lines.
Go.
Starting automatic ground launch sequencer. Retracting orbit.
Already retracted.
Okay.
Okay.
Starting auxiliary power units.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet.
Done.
Gaseous oxygen reaction controls active. What am I supposed to do? 0?
You got this.
Oh, pull out. Pull out. Okay.
Uni cap retracted. Visors check. Go.
Go.
Transferring ground to internal power.
Where's Ryan? Ryan's on the ship, right?
internal power. Sarah, initiate.
Yeah. Like, is he on the other arc, or?
Starting helium-free thrusters. Good to go. Thrusters up. Lift off. Lift off.
Oh, he's on the other arc. Bye, guys. Peace. Good luck surviving on your own. Have fun. Like, what are they gonna do now? Epilogue, where the heart lies. Wants and needs. Yeah, I wish my loading screens were a little bit slower so I could actually read what it says, but, you know, cool. We really just dipped out of there.
It's good to hear your voice. What happened to the Unison colonists?
It's all worked out and taken care of.
Good. I love you, Imzadi.
Aww.
Love you too.
He made it. I'm so sorry, Sarah, for everything.
It's alright, Kat. You knew it was right in the end. That's what matters.
Why did you come after me?
I don't know. If you're looking for Isaac, I granted his request. He's down the corridor.
Thanks.
Did you tell him about Claire already?
No.
No.
Because he
I'm gonna
didn't
tell him right now.
He didn't ask. I feel like, I don't know. That would be one of the first things I asked. If I had 2 children, one of them showed up on another planet and was under the age of 18. Because she's like 16, right? Maybe she's 18. But anyway, a teenager. And I just don't ask where my other child is that was supposed to be taking care of this one. That's just bonkers. That's bonkers to me. Marsman celebration. As the astronaut further adopts the Martian way of life, he comes to understand and embrace their ceremonies and rituals. It's 10 p.m. Do you know what planet your kids are on and who they're with? Exactly. You should at least know that. Oh, goodness. Do you know what planet your kids are on? The hardships that follow for the astronaut are not those of conflict anymore, but those of taking responsibility, of staying together, and of working hard each day to maintain the colony's equilibrium. These day-to-day obstacles shall never cease, and it's a life of hardship, but it's a life the astronaut chooses willingly. Author's note: as you might have deducted from the synopsis, Amira and I have decided to wrap up the story of Marsman as we prepare for a very special occasion. An occasion that is a unison first, even. We'd like to thank you all for your support and hard work during these difficult years. We love you all from here on out. Starts a journey that doesn't have a central conflict or great dramatic story arc. Here starts the work, plain and simple, with love. Conrad and Amira, and question mark. They got pregnant on Mars, and we just left them. Or I hope we took them with us, but... Wow. A Martian, baby. What is citizenship gonna be like? Ooh, what's that? Pangea. This thing might be the biggest miracle machine my dad's ever engineered. I don't think anyone back on Earth will even believe this machine actually exists until they see it with their own eyes. Yeah, what the hell is that? Am I stuck on something? Oh, it's glass, probably. Where's my father? Hello? Oh, there you are. Hi! Why is our hair not floating around? These are the questions we should be asking.
Front row seats to a miracle. It took years for us to find the right biopolymer. Eventually somebody found it. Now we can create nature. We're going to have to print a lot more than this if you want to save the Earth. Strange. I just remember the day we were born. You probably don't know this, but I almost lost you and your mother that day.
Really?
Yeah. When Liz was giving birth, witnessing worst storms we'd ever seen. Rolling blackouts were a common occurrence. This time the flood took out the hospital's generators.
Yikes.
It wasn't
Holy
exactly
crap.
optimal, to say the least. You were born with an umbilical cord. Your umbilical cord wrapped around your neck. And your mum lost consciousness due to shock.
Jeez. Yeah.
I was just standing there in the corner, watching all the nurses and doctors running around trying to save you both.
That's a good point, too.
I felt so useless. So utterly bound.
He's handcuffed to the chair. Dang.
When we get back to Earth, don't take me away. We won't be together, you know that, Kathy.
I know.
I really did try to do what's best for humanity's survival. No matter what we do, no matter how hard we try, we just can't seem to unite. We fight each other if we have a common enemy or a common goal. We disagree on how to overcome it. We become hateful in our rhetoric and destructive in our actions. We'll steal another man's bread if we're hungry, and we'll destroy their home if we want it for ourselves. We keep doing this to each other, to ourselves, as if somehow personal gain always triumphs unity.
Oh, they fixed the oxygen.
We ourselves just end up destroying it. I really believed what I was doing was right. But then, who says you're right? Who gets to decide that?
It's good to hear your voice. What happened to the Unison colonists?
That, it's all worked out and, taken care of.
Good. I love you, Amzadi.
I love you too.
He had to kill them.
And even if there is a way of knowing that you're fighting for the true greater good, I mean, why do you have to fight for it in the first place? God, how do you stay strong through all of it? How do you stay good?
They ran out.
Believe this is what we should do. I hope you're right.
I still have the mutated flower. Oh.
Hope springs eternal in the human breast.
What?
We can be better.
We're going back. Wow. I really wish I didn't play this one first. But it's okay.
Mission Control, this is Sarah Baker, Commander of Mission Opera. The mission was a success. We're returning to Earth. ETA is 6 months, 13 days, and 4 hours.
6 months.
Mission Control, please respond.
Oh, goodness.
This is our 3rd attempt to reach you. Are you there?
Ooh. Yeah, there was a lot of unrest when we left, and we have been gone a while, so... Delivered us Mars. Wow. That was so... Yeah, great game. That was awesome. It got delivered. Epic. Epic. Wow. Okay, while the credits are rolling, I want to look up the other 2 games. Oh, the 3rd one isn't even out yet. What? Their Kickstarter just ended a week ago. The 3rd one isn't even done. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the 3rd one is called Deliver Us Home. It's coming soon. Their Kickstarter just ended July 10th or July 11th. Wow. Okay. I'm very excited. Okay. So we do need to play the first one. The first one is Deliver Us the Moon. This teaser looks amazing too. Okay, I'm gonna play it on stream. I want to play both. Let me see if there's anything after the credits. I love that. Don't play me. Main menu. Okay, there's nothing after the credits. That's so cool. Okay. I am so satisfied. I was not expecting this whole... Okay. So, let's watch the trailer for Deliver Us the Moon. Okay. Let me turn on my display capture. Sweet. Full screen this. Ooh. I don't want autoplay on. Thanks. I wonder if the ocean game is tied in or if it's just a fake one in the game. It might be just another game from this dev team. Jesus, okay. Whoa.
This message will be the last you'll ever get from me.
Our people were killed here, Isaac.
We used to call it home.
We are close, William.
Our pale blue dot. But the Earth we know today is a withered husk, a shadow of its former self. A new beginning dawns for humanity, and it dawns today.
Okay. So that's gonna give us a lot of context on like Isaac and what happened with the moon colony. Okay. So we have that. And then this is the Kickstarter teaser for... Hello? Okay. For the third one, which isn't even out yet. Don't autoplay. Whoa. Ooh, we get a little jetpack. Okay. Deliver us home. I'm really sad I didn't know about the full like trilogy. But at least we caught it before the last one's out, you know. We just mixed up 1 and 2. It's fine. I will definitely follow and add to my wish list for right now. And when it's out, we'll come back to this. But until then, we need to play Deliver Us